All right, and we should now be live on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Now, sometimes it will take a few moments for everything to sort of connect, but hopefully it does, and we are all good. Now, a few things going on. First of all, my 4-night Spanish opening with Grandmaster Max Illingworth is out, and upcoming will be the 4 nights game, followed by the Roy Lopez, and then the fried liver attack. So those videos will all be coming out very soon, so you know what to do. But today, what we will be doing is a lot of gameplay, because I do have a tournament coming up this weekend, so I need to get a few games in. So we'll be playing a few games over the board, and then we will also be doing puzzles. So we are looking for a bit of a longer stream. How much is the board I have? Let me just test out my little widget here. It's not working on this page. The board I have is around, I believe, 500 to 600 USD. Favorite chess player of all time? Paul Morphy. Paul Morphy. His games are so interesting to watch or to analyze. Paul Morphy, Bobby Fischer, and then all the rest. William, what's going on? Welcome. Let me just go to the main screen for a moment, and let me just pop my website on there. For those who are wondering, take a screenshot of that, wiki.com/chessnut. That will have links to all of the board that I use, including this one here. The board I'm using today is called the Chessnut Pro. Hello, GM Jesus. Welcome. So the board I'm using today is the Chessnut Pro, but I will also use the Move later on. We've just got the pieces over there charging right now. We will use that later for puzzles, but right now we are going to get into the games. If you are new here, I do stream multiple times per week, as well as create content on YouTube, so make sure you click follow on your preferred platform. Now, let's get into game number 1. No time to waste, we have a lot of games to play. We will be playing the games 15 minutes plus 10. We will be analyzing the games, and we will be trying to improve. Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer. What an interesting character he was. I think something about the players who kind of just left the game is something that really fascinates me, because you never know how great they could have been. Obviously, Bobby Fischer is probably the greatest player of all time. But then when you look at Morphy, he quit simply because there was just no one to challenge him. And he was so good that there was just no point doing it. And what could have become of him if he was around today is something that is always a question. But as far as like favorite players, I'm a man of good etiquette and respect. I can't support players who are rude, arrogant, or harmful to the game or their opponents. I won't name names, but there's people out there who I can't enjoy watching simply because of how they behave. So if people treat each other with kindness and respect, they're the ones I want to follow. That's just my opinion on that one. Now, I do have a cool little widget up above or that way, depending on which platform you're watching, which will update my rating. I've put my starting rating at 1755, and I'm hoping this will update every time I play a game. We'll see, but hoping it will update every time. But let's get into the first game, and I'll start off with my little intro for my second channel. Welcome back. we've had a rough couple of games versing a cheater and also two very talented players. Now, the last game I played, he was incredibly talented and it was a big struggle. When I had a look at his games afterwards, I realized that he was a 100% perk player. So by playing the perk against him, I was walking into a game where he knew everything and I was just experimenting, but that's okay. We're going to continue now with another game. We started at 1755 and now I've got a rating updating as we go, and hopefully we can move forward. Now, I will be talking throughout the game, so sit back, relax and enjoy as we continue this journey to Candidate Master Strength. Guys, let me know how the audio is. That's one thing I'm really struggling with here, is trying to get good audio. I'm trying to get everything as nice as possible, and we'll see how it goes. All right, so let's just connect the board. And I'm kind of at a... I really hate that I'm in the pool of players who don't get paired automatically. It makes me so uncomfortable. What did I do to deserve this? All right, here we go. So I am white, and I'm gonna start by bringing the knight out. Now I will be playing a little bit quicker in the openings now, now that I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with them, but I will be stopping at critical moments here and there. So this is a new opening for me. Normally I go for like a Collie Zucator, but because he's put the bishop here, I'm actually going to push my pawn forward, giving my queen access to that square there. That feels like a logical thing for me. Now I don't know what to do after this, and it's pretty much going to be a little bit of an improv. Elated Zool, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am working on it. So he's blocked in his bishop. So now I think I can go over here. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. We'll find out after the game. Is my head getting blocked by the board? That's not acceptable. Let's move that up just a little bit. There we go. Yes, it is a very interesting way to play. I can't play on the phone or the screen anymore. I tried that 2 weeks ago, and I lost 4 out of my 5 games. I just love playing over the board. It just feels like real chess to me. So yeah, this guy's taken a while. feel like maybe I'm going to go bishop here, maybe knight here, and castle is feeling like the plan at the moment. I don't really... I assume he's going to do something about that. There he goes. Just a simple development move, but it actually adds a little bit more pressure because now I've got 3 attackers, he's only got 2 defenders. So a little bit of a bonus move there, so he might go here. The truth, you found this board that allows you to play online against opponents on chess.com or Lead Chess. Was it this board? Yeah, this is a great board for that. Okay. So now the question is, do I want to get rid of his light squared bishop? I'm almost tempted just to say you can't have that anymore. It is technically his bad bishop, but also if I do that and he goes back here and I take and he takes, suddenly I don't know if I want a castle. So I'm not sure if I want to exchange the bishop or not. I'm just going to go with simple development here. And that's what I wanted to. I wanted to check if YouTube is working. It's awfully quiet over there. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to say hello. Okay. Now, I don't see any point of pushing the pawn. I just don't. I push the pawn and then what? He just brings his bishop back and I give up the option to take here if I ever want to. I'm actually thinking of just castling here. I don't know if castling is risky or not. I would assume not. Okay, so he castles. And now that he's castled, he no longer has bishop back here and take the pawn. He does have take the pawn, take the knight this way. But now I feel like I want to take his bishop. He's also undeveloped on the queen side. I want to take the bishop. I want to take it. See, the problem is he's actually got this square here, which could initiate a trade. And then my knight is kind of looking a bit silly over there. In fact, it's looking silly, and also they've got the other two pieces coming in here, so I'd actually have to retreat the knight back just to defend against these two. This move springs to mind, and I don't care if he takes, because that's a pretty strong bishop right there, so I think that might be the move. Let me just see if YouTube is working, because I can't see it. Alright, well, it looks like my vertical channel is not working, which is very strange. Yes, it's literally a smart board. I've got a whole heap of them behind as well. Why did my, could that be why? Okay, so he goes here. Just trying to see if I can get my... That's why my vertical stream was not working, because I didn't turn it on. Let's go back to TikTok. All right, and thank you for the likes, whoever just gave 100 likes, I appreciate it. Now he goes there. I think a little bit of a stonewall type setup, except I've got the pawn over here, so that'll be interesting to see if that's a mistake or not. Okay. Okay. So I think why aren't you using the cool board that moves the pieces for you? I'm going to use that later when I do puzzles. I like that board for puzzles. I like this one for gameplay. Now I think I could take here and then bishop takes here, but the problem is then I don't get to do my rook here. So I'm actually thinking rook here first, and then across here. I also have options to bring the bishop up and bring the queen down here, but that's a little bit risky. So I'm thinking here. The problem is here, and then bishop takes, and then pawn takes, and then bishop here, and I can't go across, but I can go up. I can go up. And I can always go back whenever I want, because the knight is defending. So I'm going to try it. How long have I been playing? I've been playing for a couple of years now, but I did play when I was a junior. That was like 30 years ago. Played quite well back then, considering the pool of players. But these days I don't play so well. So definitely room for improvement. I do have a tournament coming up this weekend, so doing a little bit of practice today to see how I can go during that weekend tournament. But yeah, I am planning on doing a long stream today, so I'm gonna try and play as many rapid games as I can. Okay, what is this? What is this? I see. I assume bishop takes. 750 is also respectable. Don't worry about it. Alright, the 4 knights are off the board. Yeah, my peak was 1941 when I was training, and then it's kind of dropped off over the years. Life got in the way, but now I'm trying to get it back up. I'd love to get to 2000. I feel like that's the limit where people start to take you seriously, when you hit that magic number of 2000. Now I could get 2000 on Lead Chess if I wanted to. Undertaker, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. By the way, guys, if you are new here, please feel free to follow. How am I playing on the board and it's sending the pieces through online? So the board has sensors in it that picks up where the pieces are, and it will communicate with chess.com. The True, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Oh, do I have double alerts going on there? Let me just fix that up. All right, if somebody wants to give me a follow, that would show me if I've got 2 alerts going on or not. This is the Chessnut Pro. You're on YouTube, you can check out my channel. I've done tutorials and reviews on all of these boards. Okay, so we've got conflict now. We've got conflict. I actually don't want to take the with the D pawn. I want to leave that. I want to take with the C pawn. And then if bishop takes, I want to bring my bishop to c4 and force the trade. And this is where I'll start to fall apart because he is a much stronger, yep, so he takes. He's a much stronger player, high-rated player. No worries, Baseball 5009, you're welcome, but please feel free to hang around. Please. Let me just see if there's double. I think I've only got 1 alert on the main screen. It was just the TikTok screen, which had 2. Okay. Ooh. Part of me wants to take with the pawn, but I don't think giving myself an isolated queen pawn on a dark square is going to be that good, especially considering he's coming over here next turn. So take, he goes here, I go back, and then I get ready to push the pawn here. If he goes forward, I get a passed pawn, so that's good. But also, the bishop has this job of watching over here, and the bishop could come through, so it's not quite clear. I think better might just be to go here. He comes across, and then I bring the queen back. Or I could ignore the pawn altogether, push forward, and then get ready to take there whenever I want. He might need to defend like that. So if I push forward, he takes there, I take here, the queen moves, and then the rook can take back. Oh, but if I take here, he goes here, and then I go here, and then the queen moves, and then that's no good. That's no good. I'm gonna keep it. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna keep it logical for this one. his dark squared bishop is starting to get very intimidating with different options here. Now I can always move the rook over here if I need to. If he goes there, well, he can't go there, so maybe this might be the next move. I do need to keep an eye out for everything. This bishop is just... bishop's too good. The bishop is too good. So I'll need to figure out a plan. So I do have this pin on the pawn. So he can't move this rook right now because I can take. Other plans are to bring the bishop out and go over here, get the queen bishop battery going. Another plan is to simply get my king off the diagonal of the queen. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Okay. Five minutes. So I'm just going to get the rook off the diagonal, but I also have some other ideas here, like that kind of stuff as well. Doctor, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. So yeah, there's definitely ideas going on here. I actually threaten this fork now as well. There it is. Actually, I'm threatening that as well. Happy little accident. But I definitely want to get this bishop out. And there's two ways to get it out. I think this one is just cleaner. I don't think I should be moving these pawns right now. Couldn't hurt to move them, but it just takes time. Okay, so he doesn't notice the fork. Am I worried? Absolutely. He could have something like here now. Take, rook comes down, king goes up, but the queen covers this square here, so he doesn't have that check, which is good. But I'll be looking at stuff like that. And I'm hoping he plays here. Let's apply a little bit of pressure. I'm expecting this move next. Three minutes. Sadly, I got to get the bishop out. That could be a mistake. We'll find out. James, thank you for liking the live. You hit 1500 in rapid last night. Congratulations. Well done. Okay, good. Why is it good? I'm not sure, but it's good. Has to be good. It's not good. um, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, got to speed it up. Oh, that's pinned. Oh no. Devastating. Devastating. I didn't realize that was pinned. 1 minute. Damn it, I didn't realize that was pinned. That's a big blunder on my part. Okay. Just play quick. Man, that pin was a huge oversight. Huge. Damn it. Huge mistake. Okay, let's get out of the pin. I didn't, damn it. That's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, good game, good game. That's a... Oh, damn, that's a shame. I was doing so well against him too. I'm sure I was winning right up until the end there. Yeah, no, 5 minute games it's going to be very tough. Very tough. So disappointing. Let's analyze. There were a few things I missed at the end there for sure. I missed this idea here. So if we go back one move, check. Oh, I had this. If he goes here, I had this. I had that. That's something. It's not winning, but it was an option. But yeah, the idea here was that's just winning. I thought I had it, but all right, mate. You take it easy. I'll see you next time. Yeah, it was just. I thought that was like a great move. And the other move that I overlooked was this one here. I completely missed that was even pinning. So maybe just moving here straight away would have been the idea. I thought this move was good. Maybe here first. Maybe, I'm not sure if that would have made a difference. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Let's have a look. I think the opening was fine. I think everything was good. I think the ideas were there. I think everything was fine up until here. It was just that I missed this pin. I missed this pin and everything just went downhill from here. So let's have a look at the game review. And let's see if my suspicion was right. Oh, I missed something good. I missed something good. So he went here. I actually had bishop takes here. Explain. Alright, so I kind of found the tactic, but I found it a little bit too late. The joys of time travel. Let's have a look at the highlights. Yeah, so we both made critical errors. And then I just blundered this because I didn't see it. So what was the move? What was a good move here? Retreat the queen. Retreat, and it's still drawn. Alright, let's have a look at what his peak rating was. His peak rating, it looks like he hovers around the same rating all the time. Oh, except for one time here where he spiked up to... Oh no, that's about... Alright, so he's just on a bit of a grind too. What's his peak? I feel like I always play people at their peak rating. Highest rating, 1935. Okay. Alright. So that was a bit of a rough one. Let's set the board back up. But, you know, it was... I wouldn't say it was rough. Ryber, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Alright, I wouldn't say it was rough, like... I'm happy with how I played. I'm not falling for any stuff like that. No, I don't do challenges, guys. But let's see if my screen updated. So what am I at? I'm at 1763 now. So I do have it to load the scene, load the new rating when I load the scene. It's not working yet. I don't do unrated challenges either. I don't do unrated challenges. Alright, so the last game was very tough. I did blunder in the end game, but it was still a good game and still a lot to take away from it. So hopefully the next game will be just as good. Let's get into it. Alright, just connecting the board. All right, I'm white to move again. We're going to go with knight f3. Okay. Perk defense. I don't want to play against the perk defense. What is this? I don't know what this is. Yeah, I don't know what my opponent is doing with this queen move, but we'll just keep on playing, I guess. See what we can come up with. So I'm going to King's Indian attack. I know the setup, but I don't know the plans. So the good thing about the King's Indian attack is it's fairly straightforward. You don't really run into too much trouble in the beginning, but you do kind of autopilot. So I want to get out of the habit of autopilot. Today I'm not using the board that moves itself. I've got it on charge behind me. I'll be using it a little bit later. Gonna do a long stream today, so a lot of plans to play games and then do puzzles. Now what can I do here? We've both got our pawn chains leading towards the other king. So this could get violent, is my understanding. Do I speak Spanish? Why would you think I speak Spanish? I can barely handle English. Now I'm kind of happy with my position at the moment. Okay, so he goes there. Why is he going here? He either wants to go here or here. Now I can stop that with that. But then he goes here and he's hitting this one here. Now, if I let him go here, is that a problem? I don't think it is, because I can always go there and then he's got to go back. So I think by pushing here and letting him go there and attack that, I don't think I'm doing myself any favors. So I'm just going to continue. Okay, so he goes back. It's taking everything inside me not to go here. He takes, I take, I give up the center a little bit. But that pawn is kind of inconvenient for him, and it also opens up my bishop. I could also go here first. That feels better, actually. It opens up my queen and also allows that one in there. But then he could capture here. So if I go, oh wait, if I go here, he captures here. I can always take with the bishop, which is fine. And I'm happy to give up the center pawn for an exchange upwards. And also that will allow this pawn push here too. Take with the pawn and then push. So that seems pretty good. So I think I might go with h4. That was a mistake. Damn it. I was like looking at it, I was like, oh, it's pretty good, it's pretty good. And then I realized it's a mistake. Okay. I'm not sure if he sees the mistake yet, but he probably does. Yeah, sorry, no bilingual for me. I learn a few words here and there, but other than that, like, not really. So he didn't see it, so I think the move was actually knight takes pawn, bishop or pawn takes, and then bishop takes the undefended piece, but he does still see attacking that as well. So I'm not sure if moving with the other knight might have been a better option, because it would have released the defender on here. But if he takes here, I'm going here. "11 minutes. Let's take our time." Long Cap, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Pretty much had to. I think I wasted a little bit too much time on that one move there. A minute to take the knight. But I was looking at options that he had as well, so I wouldn't say the time was poorly invested. It just could have been better. Now this threat here doesn't really do too much to me, so it actually helps me. All right, I'm liking my position a little bit better. I've got control over the center. His king is kind of a bit funny. I don't like that he did that move. Opens up my bishop. If he takes with the pawn, that's good for me. And if he takes with the rook, it's good for me as well. Because now I can go here. I'm playing too fast. I'm playing too fast. But his king is very open. We're now gambling. We are now gambling. I think I'm making some... You play as well, IMX, on the boards? Yeah, his knights are on the edge of the board, which, you know, I'm not a huge fan of this one over here. That does run into a fork. I take with the bishop. Then he goes here. And then I go here, boom, get out of my game. But yeah, it's definitely trying to find something. Yeah, I use these to do my tournament prep. I think playing on a board, you see a lot more. And then when you go to a tournament, you feel a little bit more comfortable. Whereas if you spend all your time playing on a 2D board on a screen or a phone, then you go to a tournament and you're looking at a board, it feels a little bit different and you will find you're missing stuff here and there. Knight there. Take. So tactic time. If I take here, I hit that, he takes here, and then I go bishop here, remove the defender. But he's still got the bishop defending here as well. Thought I was being clever. I still think it's pawn takes. apparently he's disconnected. He'll be back in 1 minute. Look, I'll give it to him that was probably like a genuine disconnect, because I have been to the Philippines and there are some parts of the Philippines where power just goes out, and we can't just assume that the power goes out in areas and people just don't play, because people play all around. I'm convinced that I was winning there. So let's quickly do the game review and just see if I was winning there, because I'm very convinced that I was. I'll be very shocked if I wasn't. Yeah, I was winning, and he gave that big blunder there, and then he disconnected. Okay, all right, we take those, and we continue on the climb to greatness. What are these noises? It's literally making a noise every time I develop a piece. What do you mean, bro? Somebody at chess.com is a very bored developer if they think that developing a piece deserves a sound. And a recapture deserves a sound. Come on, guys. Come on. Yeah, so he knew that he blundered, and when I took this, he disconnected. That's just resign. But yeah, that was a good move. I'm happy with that move. Now, how would this have continued? Had he have gone here? Yes, bishop here was the move that I was looking at, and it doesn't quite remove the defender because you take. And then, well, I thought the bishop would take. Oh, and then it's saying queen here straight away. Okay. So I wouldn't have seen that. I would have gone rook takes. And he would have regained his advantage. Well, not his advantage, he would have brought the game back to equal. So that was going to be my move. I didn't even consider this move here. Yeah, the bishop is doing a great job. I'm attacking this bishop here. I guess they could go here. But then I take here. Okay, so yeah, they are in trouble. I don't think I would have found this move. But yeah, it's I don't think I would have found it. But yeah, that was a good game. Jeez, do I play another game? I think I do. Kind of very happy with that game though. Very happy. Not happy that he did the dip. What's his peak rating? 1931. Very consistent player over 13 years. How many games does he have? Does it tell you? I don't know how many games he has. It's alright. What do you say we do puzzles, actually? What do you say we do puzzles instead of another game? I do feel like getting out the moving board, doing a bit of puzzles. Play another game? Sure. Alright, one more game. I got a bad feeling about this next game, but let's go one more game. So let's just connect the board. Alright, so the last game was really good, really good. Felt really comfortable, but my opponent decided to quit as soon as he blundered, which is a little bit disappointing for him because I think I would have blundered 2 moves later. But a good learning experience. Let's continue and see how high we can fly. Alright, I should be black this game. Yeah. And we found a game straight away, which is nice. I'm going to play the perk defense. And let's see where he goes. So he's got options here. He could go here, here, he could go here, he could do this. Okay, so he's going to go aggressive. He's going to bring the queen up. He's going to castle queenside. So I'm not going to waste a tempo going here because I'm expecting this next. So I'm going to go here. And the reason for here is I want to push my pawn up here and then attack this knight, which is defending the pawn. So if he goes here, okay, so he goes there first. Now, typically, they usually push the pawn here first to stop the knight from going there. But if I go there, he simply goes there. So I'm not sure if that's good or not. So I'm just going to keep going with my initial plan. Nerdy, thank you for the likes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so he plays here. And now he may not castle queenside anymore. So 2 options are coming to mind. One, I could go here, preparing this push if he does castle. It seems like a bit of a waste. The other option I could do is go here, which then goes here, but it also blocks my queen from getting up there. But it does come with the benefit of here, here, and then here. So again, if he does castle queenside, the queen in here will attack these 2 pieces. He trades, I take and open the file. So I think I'm going to go that way. Now the only thing is I'm looking at this. If I go here, what happens if he pushes here? I take, he takes, I go here, he goes here, I go here, and then the queen comes down here. Attacking the rook is another thing that I'm looking at as well. So if I go here and he goes here, I can actually take, he takes, and then I can take that, wins a pawn. And then if he wants to trade that trade, comes back, and then I go back and I'm simply up a pawn, but I lose my castling rights. That seems a bit better. Or it could be a complete disaster, and we'll find out. Guys, thank you for the 1,000 likes on TikTok as well. The best way that you can show your support is by engaging, chatting, liking, watching. It's all good. So thank you all very much. Hope you're all enjoying. And please, feedback on the stream, if you ever have any, feel free to give it. I do try to make it as enjoyable as possible, especially when it comes to designing the layout and doing all the music and the audio and everything. So if there's anything that needs improvement, please let me know. Pinoya 100%. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you very much. We'll have a look at that move after the game, Dima. Okay, I'm kind of happy he did that because now that allows for this move here. And this move here comes with a little extra threat of hitting that one there. Then when he moves it forward, I can attack. He moves it back, I can attack. Takes, I take. But basically I want to get this bishop off his file, off his diagonal. But now I've even got knight here, which is good. 11 minutes, okay. So we haven't used too much time, which is good. Could definitely be doing a bit better for time, but I think we're doing okay. I think that move may not have been a good move. I think that move could have been a bit better, but I will be back in a moment. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So he blocks his bishop, which means I can just jump in there now. I can jump in there, and he has to move the queen. Where does he move the queen? Okay, that's winning. That's winning. That's a blunder. So he jumps in here, goes here, I take, he takes, go here. Okay. Maybe it's not a blunder. Maybe there's something to it. But it can't be good. Surely it can't be good. So I'm taking it. So it doesn't win the queen because I can go here, but then I get this move here, and it's just looking very painful for them at the moment. They do have the center though, but they've lost their dark squared bishop. Like, I have to go there, surely. Surely I have to go there. Pawn storm on his king is the next plan for sure. Definitely pushing up here. He now has this to worry about as well. So he actually has to bring his queen here. I'm just trying to think if there's anything good there. I did look at... Okay, yeah, so he brings the queen there. That leaves this one open as well, but he's got to do something about that. But meanwhile, while he's doing something about that, I might do something about this. Yeah. I think that's just the move. I don't see any way to sort of dislodge this pawn right now. If I go here, he takes, I take. I would lose the queen. Cool. He can have that pawn. What I don't want is him defending his pawn. It's not quite simple yet, but sorry, Ruben, I don't do random challenges. I do play people who hang around for a bit, who have been here before, but people who randomly come in, I don't just play random challenges. I've been stung before, so sorry about that. Okay, so he wants to trade off the knights. I mean, that will happen eventually. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he just wanted to defend against that. And then queen takes, and then there. Hudson, welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you for the little dinosaur thingy. I appreciate you, thank you. This is getting quite complicated. He is up a pawn. Okay, cool. So now just sort of applying a little bit of random pressure. Everyone around. Ratin, what's going on? Truth, thank you for liking the live. Don't know if this is a good move. Citos, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. I don't know if this is a good move or not. Who was it who said play another game? That was an excellent choice because this has been a very interesting game. Yeah, guys, I am very new to streaming still. Trying to pick up a consistent schedule, but make sure if you're enjoying it to hit follow. Okay, is that a mistake? Pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, knight takes knight. Pawn takes pawn or knight takes pawn? Knight takes pawn, knight takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, rook moves, bishop goes there. I think pawn takes pawn is better. I don't know what that knight move was. But now, if rook moves, we've actually got this move here, adding more pressure, defending the pawn, but adding more pressure. I don't like the rook being on this file looking at that pawn. I probably will castle soon though. That's looking like it's getting more and more likely. You know what? I don't mind if the rook goes to that file, because then it's leaving this pawn here hanging as well. And I'm actually happy for him to take that one, opening up his king even more. But I do look forward to getting that move there. I've only got 5 minutes left, so I will need to... That's my strategy, push their knights to the edge of the board. I do need to speed it up though, so I will lower the commentary a bit. Seems logical. Play a little bit quicker. I'm saving this move for later. I see no rush in doing that. I do want to get my knight here though, and then here would be good. He still has 2 defenders on there. That was the whole point of the knight move. So I don't plan on doing the knight move. But one other move that goes here, it's actually there as well. I don't think I should have played that first. I think the bishop move is still correct. Because if the bishop was here, I went here, he could take this pawn. I think this pawn is too valuable. Too valuable. Okay, so I'm not hating that, because if he wants to trade, then that will open up the file. I can castle and bring the rook across. So I'm okay with him trading. I also have this. Queen moves, and then I have this as well now too. So yeah, it's becoming a bit overwhelming for him. But I don't want to celebrate too early. But I think I'm in a good position here. No, I didn't have this move here because the knight could have blocked. What's his elo? 1855. Okay, so he goes here. What is that? What is that? Doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite work. Interest of saving time, I am going to castle now. So I was looking at this move here, but it didn't quite work because they could block, and they simply had too many defenders on it. And if I came in here with check, I could still take, they take, I take, and then something else takes, and I'm kind of getting rid of all my pieces. I didn't like that. He's got a knight trapped over here doing nothing. He's got this trapped over here. Okay, that was clever. See if I can force him to trade the bishop. That bishop is kind of really annoying right now. At least I get a passed pawn out of it. I gotta play a lot quicker. Okay. God, he's so painful. The pin. I should have just taken the knight. Maybe? Maybe? Okay. If I go there, he takes, I take with the pawn. I didn't even realize that this pawn had been hanging the whole time. I should have just taken. Okay, so he doesn't take. That could be good for me. Okay. pretty much got to do every move like instantly. Okay. Did I just blunder? Did I just blunder? I've only got one move, so I should do it. I didn't see that queen move come down. Okay, so he just blundered. Whew. That was an intense game. That was an intense game. That was... We good? What do we got there, Donut? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a great game. That was a great game. Let's go back. Where was the knight? The knight was here. Before this position, I was actually expecting him under time pressure to go for the free pawn, and then I take, and then the queen takes, and then the check. Checkmate. I feel like, what board is that? Let me load it on the screen for you. I'll put my website on there, take a screenshot of it. You can keep me in the screenshot or crop me out, it's up to you. But this is the Chessnut Pro. And, oh, did the website pop up? Let me just see if the website pops up. There we go. This is the Chessnut Pro. This is one of my favorite boards. I am going to switch to the Chessnut Move in a minute. Nothing. You're welcome to send me a friend request. We are going to review this game though, because that was intense. I think I played the opening well. I definitely think I played the middle game well. I think towards the end of the middle game, I kind of gave up my advantage. Is my gut feeling. I probably did some some bad moves. Look, it might be expensive depending what you want. So this is an electronic board and I've been using this for years. So is it expensive to me? Definitely not. When I purchased it, it was kind of an investment. And I said, like, you know, I'm going to play a lot of games on this. I'm going to get a lot of use out of it. And I did. So yeah, if you want something cheaper, if you want one of these boards, they have this one here. This is the Chessnut Go. This is a good entry-level one, magnetic pieces. And if you want something a little bit similar to these ones, you got this one here. This one here would also, it looks just like the other board, it's just a bit smaller. So my software just crashed on my PC. 1 second while I restart it. All right, almost fell over my chair, but we're back. Do I have a DGT board? No, I don't. I didn't get a DGT because I'm not sure if they've got the lights in them, and it kind of defeats the purpose if I've got to look at the screen every time when I want to make a move. I think they did bring out one that does have lights in it, but I'm not sure. But I already had this board by the time I saw it, and this board here is one of my favorite. So I bought another digital board before this one. No good, no good. Okay, let's have a look at this. Oh, let me just switch to the analysis screen. The board I have, yes, it does have lights. You should be able to see them lit up now. If I move all the pieces off, you'll see all the lights. Let me just switch it back. Can you see the lights? Like the light there. Okay, so you can see them better on the camera on the dark squares. You can't quite see them on the light. I can't bring the camera down to show you. But yeah, you can definitely see the lights. They look great. They look great. Let's get back to reviewing this game. What are the lights for? So the lights will tell you when your opponent moves. So that's how I'm able to look at the board without looking at the screen, is because it will light up the square of the piece that needs to move and the one it goes to. So right now it's saying that I need pieces on the board, and I think there was a knight over here. So if I put the knight on this square, the light will turn off. Oops. If I put the knight on the square, oh, black knight. The light will turn off, as you can see there. Maybe you can see it. Maybe you can see it. The light turns off. And when I take the knight off, the light will turn on. And it has all the pieces in there. It's got little chips in there, so it recognizes what piece goes on what square. So basically, when they make a move on chess.com, it will light up the squares that the pieces need to move on. Yeah, there. So that's how I know where the pieces move without having to look at the screen. Speaking of looking at the screen, let's look at the screen. Okay, so I knew straight away when he goes like this that he's probably going to push his queen up and go over. So that's the point of here. And he has to go here to stop that. Now here I was a little bit worried about this. And let's see what the analysis says. About equal. That's what I figured it was. So I was a little bit worried that he would play that. I didn't want to get in that position. Yeah, I used to play with a normal board and look at the screen, but then you've got to do so many things. You've got to make your move on the board. Then you've got to go over and you've got to click on the board on the screen to make the move. Then you go back and then you've got to keep an eye on when they make their move. And then when they make their move, then you've got to do it. And then you've got to do your move and click. It's so annoying. Awana, welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and thank you for the donuts too. Who was that? Who was that? Truth. Thank you for the donuts. Much appreciated. Guys, I will be streaming for a while tonight, pretty much until my cameras die of battery. But if you are new here, make sure you do hit follow. Awana, hi, welcome. Do hit follow because I will be streaming a lot more. Yeah, so I'm pretty comfortable in this position. I was very happy when he played this move here, because now it gives my knight somewhere to go. And then yeah, this was a blunder. Maybe not a blunder, but a mistake. Because now I can win his bishop. And I just wonder if that was not a bit... No, I needed to take the bishop now. And then I go here and he goes here. Now I don't see any way to sort of dislodge that pawn, especially with the defender. But I go for it anyway because the pawn has to push forward. And then I go there. I guess he could have also he could have blocked with the knight, because I don't have this resource yet. So I think blocking with knight might have actually been better for him. But he pushed, I get in here. This has these going. And this move here, maybe this is the move which is wrong. Oh, thank you for the heart. Congratulations on being number 7 in the fan club. Guys, if anyone wants to join the fan club, I'm not exactly sure how it works, but I think it's a good thing. So please feel free to join. So I don't know if this is a good move here or not. I don't know if I should get my queen away from the... This is gonna have to... I'm gonna have to look at this later. But yeah, once he pushed here, I give up the pawn because he can't take with the queen because I get the fork. And if he takes with the pawn, his king is kind of in trouble. And then I get this kind of stuff going on. So that felt good. And here, I just figured he wanted to go here, but then I realized that that was actually defending so that he could actually go across there. Because if I go here, he goes here. I can't go here anymore because it's now defended. Add an attacker. Now, I did go here in the game, and I still think that's the right move. But yeah, I've just got so much going on in this game. It just felt really good. Felt really good. I think if I was in a longer time control, like, I'd probably do really well in this position. Now, setting this up. I don't want to waste it because he can just block. I was hoping he would take, but I wasn't mad that he didn't. And yeah, putting the knight on the side of the board just felt very weird. Do I plan on getting titled in the future? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I want to go for the Candidate Master title, which requires me to gain 300 points in FIDE. So, Brian Calloway, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiki. So it's going to be a very long path, and it will take a lot of work. But yes, I would love to get a title. Okay, so here I castled, and that just felt right because there's so much going on in this position. I guess another thing I could have done, I could have always brought my bishop back here, getting ready for a discovered check and then knocking out his bishop, but I don't think that's the right way to go. So I castled just to get my king to safety. Yeah, I've already got a FIDE rating. It's a little bit outdated, but I've got it. Puts his queen here simply to block. So I do go back to kick his queen away, and then get my rook out. That felt good, but not great, because he brings his rook across and now he can actually use his rook to block. I figured he would have used his rook, but he didn't. So now I go for the attack on this one, and the idea is to take the knight. So maybe take. Maybe that would have been better, I'm not sure, because the pawn is actually hanging. So yeah, I go back, and then he goes here, and here's where I make a mistake. I think I should have just given up the knight for the bishop. Given up the bishop for the knight, I should say. So here's where I made my first real mistake of the game, I believe, because 2 attackers, 3 attackers, 1 defender. So he could have won this back. Now, oh, actually, maybe I didn't make a mistake because I had to defend here anyway, because that was coming. No, I'd still made a mistake. Instead of pushing, I should have taken the knight. And he goes here, which is a waste of the move. I think he should have just gone here. I don't see how I can punish this move. I could go here. Or I could go here. I've got the bishop pair. I've got a pin. The king is kind of weird, although the queens are off the board, so the attacking chances kind of go away. But yeah, I think that move is a mistake. And here was a mistake as well. And I think it's now that I realized that that was hanging, but he went over here. So I take, and then I get this beautiful pin. Now, admittedly, I didn't see it yet, but I still think taking with the bishop here is correct. Because if I go here straight away, I'm not sure. I think still taking with the bishop is still the right move. And yeah, I'm running low on time here, so the next moves had to be played pretty quick. And I actually saw a very cool idea. But then he moved his queen. So this is the idea that I was chasing down. Let me just get to the position. Oh wait, let me just go back a little bit more. Okay, so here, if he didn't play this move, let's say I had an extra move. Let's just say he goes here, and I go here, and he goes back. And if I was in this position, I actually had this cool tactic of rook takes bishop, pawn takes, and then queen check. Queen, king, fork, and the knight can't take because it was pinned, but it did take a little bit of setting up to do, and unfortunately he didn't let me do it, which was a shame. So I'm interested to know what the position was like here. Happy to trade. If he didn't trade, I was gonna reroute my rook, and I was gonna go up and force some action. So I'm happy to trade. Now here was a little bit of a gamble. I was expecting that there, here, and then here. He went here, and I used like 15 seconds when I really only have one move. I should have just done it. He went here. That's a weird move. I was expecting here, or maybe here. Yeah, that would have been the move. So I don't know why he took the pawn. Maybe expecting that. That's a cool little combo. But here, if I didn't have mate, let's say this knight was gone. If I didn't have mate, I don't think I could stop that. All I could do is push the pawn, but then he comes in anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, got the checkmate. Let's have a look and see how strong he was. So he's pretty much hovered around the same rating for a good 2 months. So brand new account, I guess. But yeah, let's have a look at the review. Let's have a look at the review. Where is the game review? There it is. Oh, not only have I missed something, I've just gone through the whole review and I didn't even see it. I missed something at the very end there. Huh. I think that's going to take him a while to find. I think that will take a while. So, yeah, so it's pretty much drawing here. And I was winning. I missed that. What did I do instead? Wow. Here I was all happy I was taking the rook. Damn. That's bad. Alright. Gotta do my tactics, I guess. Yeah. Alright, well at least I identified one of his bad moves. Cool. I think we're going to do some puzzles now. I think 3 games is pretty good. 3 games is pretty good. Two wins, 1 loss. And the loss was to a 1900. High 1900, I think. Let me have a look. Yeah, so it was a close game against a high 1900, and then 2 good games against 1800s. We're up to 1783. Unfortunately, CB, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Unfortunately, my application that should be updating the rating isn't updating the rating, so I'm gonna have to fix that. But let's quickly Niexon Neo Zen. There we go. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you for the follow. Let me just swap the boards. Now, what I like to do first is I like to reset my board. Let's put these down here. Whoops. And let's just change the board. One moment. All right, and we are back. Just turn the board on. Guys, I've got a few little YouTube thumbnails up on the screen right now. The 4 Nights Spanish is a video I just did with a grandmaster, a local grandmaster in my area, where he taught me the 4 Nights Spanish. Very, very fun video to make, and it's kind of like watching a lesson. So if you guys are interested, make sure you check it out. I've also got the 4 Nights game coming up on Saturday that will be released on Saturday morning. And then the Roy Lopez will be released the week after. We also have the Fried Liver Attack coming out soon, and a part 2 of the Roy Lopez as well, and then some more openings from there. So if you are interested in any of those, Max does a great job of explaining, and I do a great job of being confused. So make sure you check those out. Now, we are going to go for some Puzzle Rush. Let me just switch to the puzzles screen. We are going to go for some Puzzle Rush here, and I am going to do the first 20 or so nice and quick. Because we don't need to wait for the board to set up the easy puzzles, but we do want it to set up the difficult puzzles for us to solve over the board. What is this one? Free queen. Push, take, push. That's a fork. Got something there. Discover check. Yep, that's a checkmate. We've got something here. Black to move. Checkmate in a few. So if we go here, he goes here, we go up there and the knight covers. And smothered mate. All right, let's set the board up on this one here. Okay, so the reason why I set this one up here is because I'm not quite seeing it yet. Normally puzzles will stand out to me. Because this isn't, it's probably something good to look at over the board. Okay, so I found it. So basically the queen was under attack, but this piece is undefended. Now if they go here, that's the question. Yes. You can take the bishop here. So this is also a fork. Okay. Okay, so this one must be black to move because the king is in check. So I always hate these ones here because the king in check ones can always be a bit funny. But it looks like king here, check, king moves, king takes, and then you get to take the bishop. So I think that's correct. How much does this board cost? Dorjan, let me give you the website. Let me just pop that on screen for you. You take a screenshot of that website if you want. That will link you to their site where they sell the board. But to answer your question, the board with wooden pieces, which is what I have now, cost around 600, 700 USD. And the board with plastic pieces will save you a bit of money. So I'd say about maybe low 600. Sorry, I was reading the chat as well. Horse to C2, as I was saying, low 600s. Yeah, so knight to C2, but do you see the continuation after there, Zach? Knight to C2, king goes across, you don't take the rook. We just get the mate. I'm sure you got that, yeah? Okay, this one's white to move. Okay, so this one's a smothered checkmate. For those of you who don't know the smothered mate, if we go here and the rook goes here, then the knight can come in to get check. Now the problem is, you go here, the king can take. So instead, we go here first, and if the king comes across, you go knight here, the king goes back, and then you go queen up here, and the rook is forced to take because the knight is protecting the square, and then the knight comes over there for a checkmate. And it's just that easy. Zach, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. All right, this one is white to move. So we got a checkmate for sure here, but we just got to be mindful of these two squares. We don't want to put the queen down there, so we'll put the queen here first. Queen comes across, and then we go there. So it might not be a checkmate instantly, but it will be. Queen comes here, rook goes up, king has to move, queen takes, is my guess of what goes on. But then we realize, you've simply just got checkmate up there. Oh, I'm under check as well. My bad. My bad. All right. So, under check as well, what do? We take the pawn, and they have no more good checks. But if we go here, suddenly they've got a very good check. That's not good. That's not good. So I think just taking the pawn. But they also have this check here. And is that a problem? I don't think so. How many ELO? I'm now at 1783 rapid. Okay, white to move. Another one where we're in check. Okay. Okay, two ways out of check, and I think it is simply moving the king up, because you've got all these pieces attacking, and by bringing the bishop back, you kind of lose out on that attack. Okay, this one's black to move. Okay, I wasn't seeing it at first, and then I realized that my queen is under attack. So we've got to get the queen out of the way. And they've got two attackers on here, so that was the whole theme of this puzzle. Now the move that I was looking the whole time was check, and I was asking myself why, because there's nothing I can do here. But after he moves, then we can take the pawn, and the rook is defended. So yeah, that was just a case of... I knew the move, but I didn't know what the puzzle was about. Hey, what's going on? Just take it. Next one's going to be black to move as well. Guys, if you are interested in watching any of the replay games, I've started a new channel at Chess Improvement, where I'll be posting all of my replay games so that you don't have to go through the videos on demand, which some people do enjoy watching the games. So I'm putting them up on a new channel. Feel free to check that out. And let's get back to the puzzles. Is this black to move? It is black to move, okay. Okay, this one looks like a fork. So, take, bishop takes. You've got here, which is looking pretty good, like something could be coming from there. But also takes, bishop takes, takes, and then if we get bishop takes, the knight takes, and then the queen comes across is the fork I was talking about. So yeah, that just looks like the move. But what does he do? What's his response? I figured just go there because he's probably got like a whole heap of different responses. And now we can go for the fork. Sasha, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Okay, this is black to move. Okay, this one's not speaking to me straight away. So I'm going to break it down. Any checks, no checks, any captures. We've got knight takes knight, rook takes knight, or queen takes knight. We've got knight takes pawn, queen takes pawn. Any big threats? We've also got knight takes pawn as well. So I think knight takes knight is the move. I'm just not sure why. That could be it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it looks like it's knight takes knight, queen or rook takes knight, and then queen to d5, threatening checkmate. Easy. Alright, this next one's going to be white to move. Okay, this looks like it's a pawn promotion. So the first one I looked at was bishop here, but after working everything out, I realized that the rook could take. So then I'm going to explore here. Yeah. So bishop here. They got checks. That's covered. That's covered. The bishop covers here, so the king has to go here, and then the pawn walks up. This one's going to be black to move. Okay, that's just a checkmate in one. The bishop covers the diagonal. The queen goes up. She covers the other squares, hitting the king. This is white to move. It's a checkmate in two. So the first one you look at is queen here. They can go across, and then you don't really have anything. But then if you have a look at bishop here, now they can only go this way, and then the queen comes across. Who's that like in live? Oscar, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, I said checkmate in two, but it's actually checkmate in three. My apologies. This is black to move. And this is a great puzzle because I have no idea. I have no idea. All right, so pawns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I think this one's just winning 2 pawns. I think that's the way this one goes. So, knight here taking the pawn. If the bishop moves, you take with check. Knight here taking the pawn. If the king goes up, I guess you take the bishop and the king goes there, but that's all I'm seeing from this one. There must be something else. There it is. What am I talking about? I'm looking the wrong backwards moves. All right. So this is black to move, and the queens could be traded, but the queen's actually in a pin. I remember once when I used to get like 33 was my personal best. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. This one looks like it's possibly a remove the defender before the board's even finished setting up. So it is white to move. And straight away, my eyes go to this. And if that takes, then you just take the queen. But I feel like there's more to it than that. So if we go up, the king comes down, then that's a mate. If we go up, the rook takes. First you take with the rook, then the king takes, and then you take the queen. If you go up and the king goes up here, I guess just take. Queen takes, take. But if queen goes here, go up there. So that's not quite it. But this has got to be the first move, right? Thank you for liking the live. We're at 3.7k. All right, end game puzzle. white to move. Okay, I'm going to rule out moves first. So I don't like any of the king moves. I'm not seeing anything good from any of those. The pawn move doesn't work because queen takes, king takes, and then yeah, I don't think that's good. So it's really only a queen move. If, wait, no, it's black to move. I'm looking at it as if it's white to move when I got the king down there. Then I realized that I had the 8 franc in front of me and it's actually black to move. And that makes it a lot different. Wait, I'm so confused. So black's going up this way. So we've got queen here, takes, king goes there, and we're gonna get that pawn. Man, that took me a long time, but it's because I had everything mixed around. But once we get there, it's not so bad. All right, let's set the board up correctly. Certified troll, what's going on? What's going on? Quan, what's happening? RN, you know, welcome. Guys, welcome. If you're new here, please consider following. If you realize you don't like me later, you can always unfollow. All right, basic checkmating pattern. Sacrifice the queen, king comes across, discover double check, king goes either way, and then the rook comes up for checkmate. Black to move. Straight away, See this fork. I don't think there's anything wrong there. Just win a piece. This one's going to be white to move. Okay. Black to move. Black to move. It just looks like a trapped rook. King here. It's going to come down to remove the defender. White to move, white to move. How's everyone doing tonight? How's everyone doing? Are we all finding these nice and quick? Okay, that has to be the move. And if they block, I think you can take. King goes across and then the queen comes up. Looks pretty good. And this bishop is also holding that square there. Queen check, bishop check, queen check, bishop check. No. Bishop check, queen check. Queen check. And then you said bishop check. Now I'm going to go bishop check first. Bishop check, queen check is the correct order. Yeah, it's unfortunate when you do a puzzle and you don't pick the optimal way and you get it wrong even though you feel like you were right. Okay, white to move. Rook d8. Knight to f8. Rook takes knight, king takes, and then knight to e6. Looks pretty good to me. This is the type of puzzle where I think people go wrong because they go here, but then they've got rook over here. I'm sure I've done it. Rook check, sack fork, yeah. You know, it's like you're racing the board to see if you can get the answer before the board sets up. All right. Which makes me want to race you. $57, very nice, very nice. This move here, don't be fooled by that one. You actually have to push that one first because, I think, yeah, because if you don't, then the pawn will come down here. So we've got to push this one first. I hate endgames. Oh man. Why? Why is that wrong? Why is that wrong? And that's the thing, like I've done puzzles like this before where it's been the complete other way round. So take, here, 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 and then oh, okay, so he does make it in. But if we go here first and then take, yeah, I just got a little bit too overconfident with that one. So I'm hearing skewer. Stonefrog, welcome. I'm hearing skewer. But if you go skewer, the bishop takes. If you take the bishop, nothing really good comes from it. But if we take the rook, then the bishop takes. So what we actually need to do is take the rook with the queen, because if the bishop takes, we can drop back. If we take the rook and the queen takes, we're good. Trade bishops first. So this is what I'm looking at here as my move. And if they go down here, we can come back. If they go down here, the bishop can come back. So yeah, we got to take the rook. I can't tell you guys what's coming up, but it's big. And the reason I can't tell you is because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do it on this platform yet. So I'm doing research. And if I figure out that I can do it on this platform, I'll let you know. So make sure you follow. I don't want to be breaking no terms and conditions of any of the platforms I stream on. Unless it's Twitch, that's fine. I can confirm that's not it. All right. White to move. Queen takes pawn is looking pretty good. Bishop takes pawn is looking even better. So bishop takes pawn is a fork. The king has to move, and then you take, they take, you take, they take, and then you take. I've got a little drama going on over here. There we go, we're all good. All right, black to move. Okay, bishop to g4. And now it looks like queen here, king here, queen here, king goes here, and then queen takes bishop is the correct move. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, this one's white to move. Okay, this one's a pin. Rook goes up, putting a pin and pressuring it. Mariah Carey fan 25. My rating is for rapid 1783, I think it is now. And then after they defend, then you can actually add more pressure to it. But when they take, you have to be mindful of the queen. So let's just calculate. Okay, so we can go here, they can go here. No, I need a little bit more calculation, a little bit more. Knight doesn't jump. Yeah. Okay, so it's actually still the same first move, and then you bring the rook over here. Because once the knight moves, you can take the queen, then they take your queen, then you take the rook. How do I connect it with chess.com? Everything's taking a little, let's get this going. How do you connect it with chess.com? I'm using a Chrome extension called Chess Connect. You can also use it on your phone. Chess Connect is on your phone, but I use it on my laptop because I'm streaming. Okay, this one's black to move. Black to move? Yeah, black to move. So I can't see an obvious tactic, so I'm going to break it down with checks, captures, and threats. And the first check I look at is here. And if the king goes here, we do have some forking action going on, but it's not quite what I want. There it is. There it is. Keep it simple. We've already got forking action going on. We've got here. All right, white to move. So that was a weird puzzle because sometimes when I'm doing tactics, I just go a little bit too detailed and looking for something, whereas that was just a very easy fork. All right. I have no idea how to say that, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Cone Link Hosey. Jow Jow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. You know, welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you for the follow. All right, so knight takes pawn. Bishop takes queen. Knight takes knight. Discovered check. King moves. Take the queen. They take the queen. You take the bishop. Looks pretty good. It's not completely safe. I am worried about what happens after here. Take, and then you go back. So that seems fine. Didn't look at that move. Damn, I'm terrible with those. I figured it was just drop the king back to like the safest possible square. So here takes, and then I was thinking back here. I was thinking back here, but I didn't like that. I didn't like that because of that. That's a hard one, man. I don't know. Let's see if I found anything wrong with it. yeah. And then I thought, like, you still had your discovered check. Oh. Oh. Yes. That's not good. That's not good. My bad. My bad. Black to move. I will warn you, when I get one wrong, I usually get the next one wrong. Rook takes pawn, king takes, queen goes to g4. Yep, g4. King goes across, rook comes up for check. Yeah. Take, take. Queen there, king here, rook here. Rook here. Or down here and then queen here. Easy. Okay, I think this one would trick a lot of people. I think this one would trick a lot of people. They might think going here allows the king to get away, so go here instead, and then try to get something over here. But I think something can happen. So instead, take here, let the king get away, sacrifice the rook, king comes back, queen here, bishop blocks, queen takes, king goes back, and then queen goes here. Yeah, that looks pretty fun. All right, end games. Rosenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Sensei Woo, welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so my first instinct is to go here, and I might be complicating everything. Okay, I do like it. If he goes here, what did I say? I was going to go here, and now this is remove the guard, so he could go up here. I can just go back and then take. That's fine. Otherwise, he goes down and then the rook takes. Also seems good. Here, and then if he goes over here or here, you've got queen here, and then he comes back, and then you got queen down here. But this time he's got defense on there, so now I'm actually thinking it could be rook here, but then they block, take, and then the king takes, and you don't have anything because that would be check, so you have to take. But if we go queen here and a block, then that's fine because you get the skewer. Everyone get that? White to move, white to move. Mylon. Welcome to Team Wiggy, thank you for the follow. Okay, loose pieces drop off. If this pawn wasn't here, this bishop would be undefended. So what I'm looking at now is taking the pawn, and if they capture back, you win the rook. Taking the pawn, if they capture the rook, you take, and now they've got to deal with this checkmate threat. But they can capture back here. And then queen comes up here and then the bishop can block. So that's not it. Unless You don't take with the queen, you take with the rook. And then we take. I got nervous when I took that. I was like, oh, was I meant to take? Guys, I will be back in a moment. I'll let you guys figure this one out. I'll be back. So this one is black to move. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right, so this one looks like queen takes rook. And so what I'm looking at here is that square is taken. So if the king comes up, the knight can come in, and that's looking like a pretty cool checkmate. But the problem is the knight can take. So I'm looking at queen takes. And of course, if the king comes up and the queen gets in, that's checkmate. So the knight takes, and then play there, and then there. Is that what everyone got? Queen takes rook? Yeah. Easy, easy. Level 49 puzzle solved so quick. Thank you for the likes. I'm actually surprised. I don't know if I'm getting better or if the puzzles are getting easier, because that felt like a very easy one for level 49. This one's going to be black to move. Okay, so king h7 would run into rook takes, rook takes, rook takes. What I'm looking at here is rook to h2 or g3. And the reason is, let's say h2, if he takes, go there, but then he goes there. Okay. Pawn here. He doesn't have this check because the bishop defends. Is an option. So this is much better. This is more like a level 50 puzzle. Move order is going to be very important here. I was looking at these two moves, but they both look identical to me. They both look identical, so unless I can find a reason why one is better than the other, looking at here, takes, and then I think the king can get away. Here, again, take, and they win one of my rooks, and the king has to get away, and then they do stuff. Also here has this move here, and then I got to go over here as well. So I'm actually thinking it's f6, and the reason for f6 is the bishop covers this square. If he takes here, you go across, and he can't take this pawn now. And if he goes here, you go across, and if he goes here, bro, this is hard. This one's hard. I've also looked at bishop g6, but that just doesn't look like it makes sense because king takes h6 and then g5 is hanging. And f6, pawn takes is fine because you keep defending it, and this pawn here will stop the bishop from going there. Just doesn't feel right. So bishop check, king takes, rook to h2, king can go there. What's the difference between rook h2 and rook g4? Okay, so the difference is rook g4, they have pawn push. Cool. So rook h2, if king takes here, take. And if king goes there, push. Who got that? Who was that? Who was that? Ricardo, 999. We trust. In Ricardo, we trust. All right, black to move. Oh, excuse me. Queen c3, king b1, rook b8, queen blocks. Okay. So this could be forcing a draw. Check here, come across. Everything is occupied. So the queen has to block. The rook takes, the pawn takes, the queen takes, and then you're a queen and a knight versus 2 rooks and 2 knights. But I guess you've also got this hanging piece here, which would also be a hanging piece there. Easy. Level 51, easy. Always watching you. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you again. No, you win everything. Mr. God of Cards. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Thank you for following. Alright, this one's white to move. So I don't see the checkmate, but I do see the undefended piece, but then they can go here. Move. Then we got that. But I did look at queen here, then rook takes, king takes. So then I looked at knight here, bishop takes, a threatening mate, but then they've got rook here. Okay. Queen here, king here, rook here, king here, queen here. Is that what people got? What's going on in the chat? How slow is improvement at your current age? Let me just highlight that one for you. So to give you an idea, when I got back into the game, I started as about 1500. Over 2 years of medium training in my mid 30s, I was able to go to 1900. So for somebody who's 22, you should be able to, if you put in the effort, you should be able to improve significantly, depending on what your rating is, of course. But when you compare it to somebody who's of junior age, where their brain is still developing and they're absorbing a lot more, they're going to increase their skill quicker. There's also the fact that life gets in the way, and the older you get, the harder it is to be active in the game. You also get fatigued earlier, so you would just, at 2022, I would say you're still in a good position to make some serious improvement. However, we all do need to be, yeah, that's true too. Sacred Stars, guys, that's very true. I started when I was 7, but I didn't start training until I was 35. But yeah, I think everyone has to understand that everyone is going to be in a different position, and if you're motivated to learn, then age shouldn't stop you to a certain point. There will obviously be some decline as we get older, but I would say a lot of people still have a lot of potential to improve. I used to have a student who was in the low 200-300s and managed to get him beating 700s. That may not seem impressive to people, but when you're an adult learning a game that is dominated by children and young adults who are absorbing better, I think 300 to 700 is amazing. Proud of that number. Okay, pawn takes knight. I'm seeing a lot going on here, so Take, for example, you've got take, they have take, push, take, king goes here, and then queen goes here, forking the king and the rook. They're very full on though, because even if you take that, queen goes here, maybe? No, because the rook's up here. But yeah, I think that's it. I think it's pawn takes. Sacred, can you send me a message privately about who that person is? Guys, I'm not taking 3-minute challenges. Never. Never. So I think this one is pawn takes knight. And I didn't see that move. But I think that's okay. Oh, they always get me with the move I didn't see. I don't want to see the answer. I want to play the... Oh, okay. I didn't see that. That was a shame. That was a shame. But we did alright. We did alright. Why can't they do F5? So it says here they can. Knight to D4. Hits them both. Queen to F6. And then knight takes. And still +5. Rook to E8. Is a mistake, even though the engine recommended it. And then we've got the fork. And apparently they just give up the rook, but they take the bishop. Yeah, chess is hard. Chess is hard. Guys, if you are new here, please consider clicking follow. I do stream multiple times per week, and I will be doing evening streams moving forward. So please make sure. Jane7, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Team Wiggy. Because I will be streaming a lot more. A lot more. Let me just show off what this moving board can do. Yes, you can. You can practice openings with the board. I've done a video on that on my channel on how to make your own opening trainer. I'll show you that in a moment, actually. But before I do, let's just quickly do one of these. Push them aside. Push them aside. Push them aside. Magic. Let me get up the video. One second. I'll just get the video up. Now what did you want to do? You wanted to make an opening trainer. All right. Is that showing there? It's not showing on TikTok. Hold on. Can I move this aside? There we go. You can see that very lonely TikTok chat. Opening trainer. So I've made a video on how to do an opening trainer for boards like the ones that I have over here. If anyone wants to learn how to make their own opening trainer, you can check that out on my channel. These are the boards that don't have moving pieces. And I've also done a video on how to make an opening trainer specifically for this board, so that you'll do the moves and it will play out the opponent's moves for you. And if you do the moves incorrectly, it will tell you you're wrong, and then it will reset the board and you'll replay it again. So make sure you check out those videos. They're on my YouTube channel. I can also put a link in chat. Hold on. Let me just bring this back to full screen. Actually, I can't link it in I can't link it in TikTok, I don't think. The platform that I use is called Chessnut. It's a Chrome extension. Thank you, Danu. So Zoltan, you wanted the link for the board. If you check out my YouTube channel, it's called Stop Losing in the Opening, Do This Instead. This one here. go. And then it'll show you how to make the opening. And then it will show you how to train the opening. So you can see I've got my laptop there. You can also do it with your phone. And that will make it the training for you. You can make your own opening trainers. You can import PGNs in there as well. So yeah, feel free to leave a comment down below in that video if you find it helpful or if you have any questions. Don't forget to hit subscribe as well. Let me just go back to chess.com. Let me just close that off. All right, chess.com's looking a bit funny. So, after a terrible day yesterday, we're back to our peak for a long time, 1783. Pretty happy with today's games. One against a 1845 in a very hectic game. One very convincingly against an 1826, and only just lost to a almost 1900 when I got a little bit of time pressure. So that was pretty good. I'm happy with that one. Guys, I am going to call it a night because I've got some other stuff I need to do, and it is 7 p.m. and if I don't get it done, I never will. If you've enjoyed today's stream, please feel free to click follow. Other than that, I do have a second YouTube channel, which I put all the game recordings on. And of course, I've got my main channel, which has a lot of videos coming up, especially opening videos. So if you enjoy opening videos, I've done videos with Grandmaster Max Illingworth, where he does little coaching sessions, teaching me about different openings. This week we did the Spanish opening. This week we did the Spanish 4 Knights game. Next week will be the 4 Knights game, which will build on that one. And then following that will be the Roy Lopez, and then it will start getting into the Italian, starting with a fried liver attack. So I've got a lot of videos lined up, and I hope you enjoy them. And speaking of joy, I hope you enjoyed our time together tonight. Make sure you hit follow if you haven't already done so, because I will be streaming quite often. And I also have some big news coming soon. Not sure when, but I'm just waiting to get the okay before I can announce that big news. And I think everyone should be pretty happy when they hear that one. So guys, thank you all very much, and I'll see you in the next one.